everybody. Welcome on in, Mystery. Welcome on in, Rube. Welcome on in, NECA. Welcome on in, Fire. Welcome on in, Reina. And anyone else who may be watching, to the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Yes. Since, after the playthrough, which was the 22-part Persona 3 Reload experience, I figured I should try to switch things up a bit more. So we're taking a quick little detour from Mass Effect, and we are going to be doing the first game in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. For those who don't know what this game is, you probably know of Ace Attorney, and this is basically Ace Attorney but set in more, I think it's Victorian times? Should be a great game. I'm familiar with the first Ace Attorney trilogy. Still need to play the second. One day I will. I don't know if it'll be on stream, but this seems like a great stream game. Love this Ace Attorney series. I'm looking forward to it. Won't get the answer until next March 31st. Maybe. Maybe. This game should be a great chronicle. It should be a fantastic chronicle, I'm sure. Do you know 1 in 1,000 of the get some bread redeemed is laced with cyanide? Keep rolling in one day, you two make it lucky. No, we wouldn't put something that dangerous in bread. Probably. The Great Ace Attorney is a 0 out of 10. The characters are ish. Oh no. The horror. It's not like my favorite game series has predominantly British voice acting. Oh no. And yeah, this game's been on my backlog for a long time. Like, for reference, I've had this game longer than I had Hollow Knight, which is not saying too much because both of them I got in 2023. So, this has been something I've been looking forward to playing for quite a while. So, I hope y'all are ready to join me for the ride. And yeah, I can't wait to ace my attorneys. These attorneys are gonna be so ace. So ace. Ghost Trick? I've heard stuff about it, but I don't know if it's something I'll exactly do. We'll see. I'll put that on the back burner of potential ideas. Because I have so many games on my backlog still. But we're just working through them bit by bit. I don't have any big announcements other than no Split Fiction this Sunday, just because it's a special day for the my partner in crime, so we're gonna be putting it off. Otherwise, more Xenoblade Friday and Saturday, y'all know the drill, but Wednesdays from this forward are gonna be the Great Ace Attorney Adventure. Allegedly one of the best games in history, Ghost Trick. Maybe I'll have to be the judge of that. Warning, I'm terrible at these kinds of games, even though I've played quite a lot of them. So, bear with me. It might take me a while to figure out some things, but we ball. That's what I say. Screw it, we ball. Also, make sure if there's any problems with audio or anything, cause I haven't done extensive audio testing. Imagine needing to use a guide for Danganronpa. Okay, but seesaw effect. That's all I have to say. You can't be worse than Larry. True! I'm scared of there being a Larry in this era. There almost certainly is. Ye old ball. Alright. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. New game. Let's get into this. Animated cutscene?
The Empire of
Damn.
Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Gunshot.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Episode 1, The Adventure of the Great Departure. November 22nd, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. Meat on the bone versus on the meat bone. Oh gosh, Danganronpa 2. Also, that was some intense text, text sounding there. Text beeping, I guess. Not really beeping, but y'all get the idea. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the door to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares. Murder. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! You're not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I am this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicality, look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspaper these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Insert thunderstorm sound effect. To you, Kazuma. A little early. Maybe his ancestor. Or the goofier assassin people with weird names like Mr. Butts. I'm sure that some weird hairstyles will come up, but the funny names probably aren't going to be translated here. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean, I believe you. I know you're innocent. Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also in his second year at Yume University, but he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. And not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing here 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and success in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world? I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Okay, knowing Ace Attorney tropes, he's gonna die in the second case. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That is why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. He's definitely dying in the second case. But straight after that, that's when it happened. Togi, may I have a word? Professor! I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. His Excellency's chambers? Why? He's looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. Seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. Ugh, this is awkward. If I may? Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asogi had told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi had been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. Man! What? Ah, as I suspected, you're unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand! Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear! I'm not a murderer. Sure, that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then, what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right. So, As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin! Proceed to the courtroom at once! That's what a murderer would say. Yeah, I think Ryunosuke did it. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Soki must not be a defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as a defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving, there's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Alright, so I think what's gonna happen is the question is gonna be like about us defending ourselves. Oh yeah. This dude's tricking us. He's gonna make us say that we're defending ourselves so that Kazuma doesn't get to be his defense. Oh, that's cruel, Mikotoba. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. Yeah, definitely. That's why he asked Kazuma to leave. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny! (22nd of November, 9 o'clock a.m. Supreme Court Judicature, Courtroom 2. Never mind, Kazuma's here. So this is a courtroom. His eyes are so damn massive. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Ah, yes, you're right, Reina. I remembered I need to change the schedule. Oh. I think I accidentally did it. I meant to update the schedule, but that's something in the back of my mind. But yes, I do need to update that. Thank you for reminding me, Reina. No, she can't. She beats the whole collection. Oh, gosh. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now, you need to concentrate. Ryunosuke, about to begin. Which ones haven't I completed in that case, Reina? All Mass Effect will be known to me by then, I suppose. You're gonna say something, but you thought it'd be funny to wait until I beat all three. Alright, I'm waiting for that time then, Neko. Oh my god! He's here! Of course, I'm losing it. We can never escape him. Isn't his name like Payne or like Payne? Or am I misremembering? The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ouchie. Attorney is nothing if not consistent. That is true. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Whiston Payne. Okay, I remember that correctly. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. This is an unusual circumstance. I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? We were tricked. This is it. This must be the question. Yep, I knew it. I knew we were gonna be tricked. Damn it, Miko Toba. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. You just got home after a 12-hour session at college. You want to unalive yourself severely. First of all, well done in getting through that. Seriously. That's insane to hear. But also, I hope you can find some time to relax here, because I think you've earned it. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Wait and see. Cosmo's a lawyer here. I can't defend myself. If I said I do, it would be tantamount to lying. And I've been accused of murder, for goodness sake. There's no time for lies. Try to stop fidgeting, Ryunosuke. It's distracting. But if I don't say I'll defend myself now, things could end up very badly for my friend. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Yes! Alright. So it wasn't a trick, we willingly decided to do it. "9 hours tomorrow? Oh no, Bifrost. Yeah, I wish you the best, because that sounds really rough, especially right after the 12-hour day. I hope it was at least productive. In what Gal is being tricked, it's mostly of an LMAO elbow, so type move. Honestly, this out of context is so good. Animation course did 12 yesterday too. Oh my gosh, you've been just going in overtime on it. I wish you the best with your animation, but damn. Also stared at the camera. Thank you for the hydrate. And the stretch. I've done both, Mr. E. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I'd like to inform the court that Ryunosuke Naruhodo will be defending myself. You'll be... What? A short trip down a long sewer slide is in the near future. No, you'll make it through. You'll be fine, I believe. But I'm sure it's gonna be rough. Oh gosh, I could not imagine doing that. What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Miko Toba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel. It's exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. There's unfortunately only 3 of us. We ate the 4th in one door. Tragic. Good thing there's a 9 persons and 9 doors then. Well, does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Huh? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize that you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university to be brought to the Supreme Court, you must have perpetuated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of jurisdiction in Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. But my competence? What does that mean? It's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Yunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You told me so well. All the relevant info for this case can be found in the court record. You still met him on the course, the sane one. Oh gosh, is he gone now? Oh no. Like, has he left for Sandy, or what else has happened? But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of RB. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just control that. It's all in there. I just have to press RB for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with RB. Okay. You'll find details about the victim here. When you're done, just press B to go back. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. The victim of this case, John H. Wilson. He's a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Winston Payne, the lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. Eugene Mikotoba, the university professor at the Yume University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. And Kazuma Asogi, a second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend and, despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Dropped out near the start of second year because he was overwhelmed and didn't enjoy it anymore. I mean, that's about as valid reason as you can get, but it is a shame to hear that. University collar pin, proof that I'm a student at Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. And post-mortem report, death occurred a little after 2 p.m. It was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. The fact that they specify it means it's going to be relevant. It means that the bullet was still in the person upon death. Also, we're gonna get an updated autopsy report. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. I can't save. Okay. Now you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press Y to present. Try it now. There's always stupid achievements.
Yes!
The victim was none other than Kazuma Asogi.
Objection!
Oh, then why that pompous looking boy with the billowing headband still there standing next to you? Oops. Oof, doesn't do that justice. Not content with having killed Dr. Wilson, now you're claiming my murder as well? I haven't killed anyone! Then concentrate and actually read the court record before you answer. I must say, you are not instilling the court with much confidence here. Quickly, give him the correct answer before he turns his gravel on you. Find the victim in the people section of the court record.
Yes!
The victim was none other than Taketsuchi Aochi. Who's the uptight, bespectacled, and top-notch standing the opposite. Who's a bespectacled top-notch. Sorry, for some reason that just came out even though I know it's wrong. Perhaps you're unaware that I am a master of the ancient no-style sword art? Pathetic little child like you would be sliced to pieces before you even came close to taking my life. Unprovoked that proud Edo spirit, he might draw his blade on you. I thought courtroom sparring was supposed to be done with words. I must say, yeah.
Yes!
The victim's name is... Stop. You're just saying random name that you came across in court record, aren't you? How did you guess? It's plainly obvious from your wide-eyed look of bewilderment. Y'all, I'm gonna be pressing for dialogue whenever I can. I hope y'all know. Oh, she isn't dead yet. Do you know, Skate? Grab the nearest gun. We can make your answer correct. Edward just shows up with new autopsy report, leaves it, the game never elaborates further. I believe it! I mean, Edward is wearing the correct clothes for it. You have to wonder where the wind is blowing in this courtroom. I think it's probably December, and that's why there's wind blowing fire. To not have been pinned, it must have been low caliber, or the victim was wearing something thick and hard, like a biker jacket type shit. Yeah. Something like that. We know almost nothing. It must not have been a very powerful gun. You don't know why you have to like pew-pews now. We love hearing about random stuff like that, because I'm sure the reason's gonna be relevant, so you'll see if you're right. You think it's almost Christmas too? Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas! Or something like that.
Yes!
Victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. I'm still laughing at going and saying everyone else first. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And most of you will be aware we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the name Anglo-Japanese Treaty, Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. From England? Thank God he's dead. Oh, the British Empire is trying to take over. Yet despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Ugh, but I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. That's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly, our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. That's what I'm saying. Oh no, NECA and Bifrost can get along with this. Scotland forever! Intense bagpipes. So true. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? Day before the court, the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, I think the cause of death was poison that he inhaled after stabbing himself in 5 different possible ways. Wait, wrong game. Ryunosuke, remember that in court every accusation must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that showed the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now!
Yes!
The evidence that clearly shows the victim's cause of death is, of course, this! Yeah, let's hope we don't have something like Nagito happen here. But I wouldn't be... What makes a good defense attorney? Well, if I were a bad defense attorney, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you now, would I? And on what basis do you present this evidence? Well, because it was in the court record, of course. Slow down. Why did you pick that? Isn't there something more relevant looking? Well, now that you say that, I suppose. Pick the wrong piece of evidence again, and it won't be a mystery as to your cause of death. Oh, damn, Kazuma's... Oh, no. Yikes! He sounds and looks deadly serious. Find the piece of evidence. Present it. God was realizing the kind of person Ryunosuke was when talking to him. True.
Yes!
Well... according to this document, the victim suffered hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Let her read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. And though as the doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see, as long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Somehow that meat in the background, that steak is going to be relevant. You can clearly discern the scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the power explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. Court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the court record. The photographic print of the victim had been entered into the court record. A photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot in from the front in the chest and subsequently died. If that's true, Japan must have so many false historical records. This is from the like Victorian era, so it's not like things could be different now. But I assume this is either something they changed just to make it a little more different, or this is actually like based on something that happened in Japan. Which, if so, oof. But that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well, I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of this case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control of the cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, blood? It's regular occurrence. It doesn't really bother me.
Not a big surprise.
It sure looks like he's getting there. Well, it really should be. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of those district's so-called restaurants in Occidental Eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you'll kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjection from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits with my memory of it, too. There's hardly anyone else in the place. Called Gatewater Hotel. Not that hotel. Wrong hotel. You can tell you're kind of walking corpse right now. You're gonna eat something and try to get some sleep. Have a great stream. Thanks for stopping on by Frost. I really appreciate it. You'd serve the rest, though. I wish you the best of food and of a good night. I'll see you later. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Oh, hold on, let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I see you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But... Next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. Or Ryunosuke, you have your chance to fight. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Ugh. I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else sitting beside the victim? No. There's no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. I went over to Dr. Wilson and say hello. There's a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do now? We just have to wait. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, your parents tell you to study. You're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I never have gotten into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. Alright. So, we're not doing the cross-examination. We're kind of doing it right now, I guess. There is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There's a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all. But I'm sure of what I saw. Also, Naga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. What is that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Oh god. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. I assume the back of the card's gonna have something important on it. The head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout, is on the back. So, the court has now heard a priestess of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it. Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you are innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? The accused in this is in fact innocent. Then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ochi, please continue with the proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever! The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iyasa Nosa reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, humble premises in the 2nd District, to Kyuryo Korekuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier, what an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be diners at the other table, the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curos, of which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with a rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It is that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir! This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Though this is the decisive evidence that the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that incident occurred. Yes, sir! Standing by and ready to report, sir! Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. I'm gonna be lightheaded from then by the end of this stream. Also, is this what I think it is? What the witnesses saw? I just want to listen to this music. I was investigating a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a technical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of her particularly fine golden hero to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back the cowardly little weasel. And from the back, you say? I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. I think we know our first contradiction. Also, they're bringing... So, I forgot, but they're bringing back mass testimonies. Mass cross-examinations. Cause this is the second Phoenix Wright game. To have it, which is pretty neat. Also, J.K. Simmons? Maybe, I don't know. Oh gosh. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second where the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy, sir. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. I don't know why his ears are flapping like that. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. That really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. A setup. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... So we already know the woman sitting across the table is almost certainly the murderer. Well, if that is the truth, there's obviously a criminal on scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court had just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? the defense demands its right to cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next to me, or next door, told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects this is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously had no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
Defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Cosmo's so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins. Ryunosuke! But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun. What the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go! Ryunosuke! Don't let them beat you! The slap. We have the huge bang from Kazuma, and then the slap. Alright then, it's all or nothing. What the witnesses saw. As injecting a regular beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with old man.
Yes!
Why aren't you? Why are you not saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I actually hadn't thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention, anything that bothers you. All right then. This beefsteak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Pin shot. Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right! I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crime, then when you're released from prison, try it! Yes, sir, I will, sir, on the double, sir! Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry, I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of blah crying noise? Negative! Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. For having successfully pressed a witness. Nice. I got an achievement. You see, the joke is that Nosa kind of looks like Jonas Jameson, J.K. Simmons, Omni-Man. Okay, no, I can see it. I can definitely see the Omni-Man too.
Yes!
I have no idea what you're talking about. Koban, boy. Koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bosom pocket in the hope of an affluent cognizant appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin? To Sergeant Nosa, who you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well, you little upstart cadet! You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination! I keep accidentally opening the court record. No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might just be the word I was looking for. Oh no, he's an ancient crypto bro. Oh, you're not wrong, Neko. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. At that precise moment, firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes.
Yes!
So you're saying that you actually saw me? At the time? Affirmative! I saw you, laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. But that's impossible! I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What, that private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that there must be cardboard pipes involved. That must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you look over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the woke gun. Ah! And double R! My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet! Surely that's not really possible. Is it? You think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well, it seemed the soldier's absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back the cowardly little weasel. So, by the way, the contradiction is the fact that the bullet was shot in the chest and didn't come out the back, which means that we couldn't have shot from the back, but we're just gonna keep pressing.
Yes!
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... Ah! I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet! Who else do you see around here in black uniform, Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel! You unloaded the firearm on that man! From behind his back! And you call yourself citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me! What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. That case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find any inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court, thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Later. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio.
Yes!
On your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please? That's right. Burning the arthritis I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The Koban, of course! The exquisite Hoeg era Koban coin! I'd just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more, it simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hence I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than, though it was no concern of mine, I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. In fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred? Indeed, myself I did not. Ugh, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. You know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing RB. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. Inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with why and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Take that! What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Starting this wad of papers in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. I love the way he just looks down at his hand like, damn, I really don't have any kind of force. There's a clear why can't I speak? Inconsistency here. What nonsense! What can this document possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think that's proof beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there's no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. Couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? The Sergeant Iesanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made with this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly Lil Weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes.
But no, that can't be. Am I not, cadet? Because... As is clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Why is there a child behind him? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were... firmly fixed on the delicious carnival steak, sir. What? Last testimony at the court heard the last testimony the court heard had proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. The way the tables have turned. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. But this is what being an ace attorney is all about. They said the thing. They said the thing, chat. But I definitely did see him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Indeed, the prize Hoi era Koban. Hunting around under the table, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. They missed the word great. We were this close to greatness. Literally. I'll drop roll credits. Thank you for the lurk, Rube. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt, someone scrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Oh. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony in court I just heard it was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Might witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there's only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witness to testify again. We'll thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as a Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Waiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative, the newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Oof. Ido, Teen Shun! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Oh my gosh. They're getting wacky all the same. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out! So we need to prove there was that, Wilson wasn't alone. Wait! That's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all! Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman! There's a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Attention!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of this court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. This photograph print of the scene of the crime council. Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As it can plainly be seen, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Photographic print of the crime scene had been entered into the court record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintained that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times that we all know. I think it's still very fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Taketu Chi will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Dental Ryunosuke is not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Girls can be so unbending at times. Ugh. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a different opinion. We have a different opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Attention! The sound of the firearm ring in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all. Don't you? Ugh. And let us not forget that the antique dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Kurikuta-san? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Oop, wait. Can we go backwards? Yes, we can.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding a gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I just had finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up, and at exactly that moment. So my current theory is that obviously something's going on behind the scenes. I think that the antique man, he planted the gun. He got onto the ground in order to plant the gun, and then the woman shot Wilson as soon as someone took the bait. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, in which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Equally? Anyway, the fact remains. Myself, I did see you, with a pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we are the only personnel present.
Yes!
I must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There's a lady there.
Attention!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel like I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Ugh. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of time to eat. I wonder if there's a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there's indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hold a clinic? Wait a minute. I need to check something real quick. That sounds too familiar. Maybe it's just like a similar wording, but the Hot E Clinic. Okay, it's literally one letter difference. I'm gonna assume this is intentional. Hold a clinic? Yes, there indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon, 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. The victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Oh, hell yeah!
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask that for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court had already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that victims' movements prior to the arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up for us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Medical report card from a Hota clinic that's found in the victim's pocket. What I need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Medical report card found in the victim's pocket. So we have new evidence, 2 different pieces. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong the trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kuta-san. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimony of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that one point. Isn't that interesting? And let's not forget, then the contestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. Not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have no idea. Therefore, no one other than a black uniform cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, just not possible. Fortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it is not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that victim was alone. That's right. Precisely, in other words. You are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands see proof. We need to prove it. And if no such proof exists, then the prosecution demand that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that bringing any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press A, and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use right stick. Ooh, okay, we can spin it around. Rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles by using a left stick. Oh. So they bring this back too. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card, see if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use right stick, left stick, and A to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Oh my gosh, 2D art jump scare. It looks like this medical report card was first issued some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why, with family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you're dead, there'd be no point. So, you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Damn. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used a laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Oh, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. So if he had just been there, then he couldn't, that stay couldn't have been for him. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Victim had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Alright. Can I examine the note? Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigator. Oh, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do then show the person's name. That's sort of the point. But not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. Oh no, Hosonaga-san is a police inspector, not just a waiter. It says Hota Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics. Almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Achievement for thoroughly examining this. Nice. Anyways.
Yes!
Take that! I love the way he raises his hand. Well, I think, but what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer. I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Yunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright. And thanks for the advice. Kurikuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see, and? I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry. What? You are not to interrupt the court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial any further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simplest reason that there's no one else besides this pale-faced people who could possibly have perpetuated the crime. This medical report card had nothing to do with the case. Also, normal table slam, not just a slap. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating? Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post the procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't be. No. Kurikuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What? What is this nonsense, you little upstart? Those are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, Consul. Consul? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating steak at the victim table must have been an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You'll not let this go, will you? There's no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of had eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there's somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It is clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, those two witnesses at the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So if now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, Obviously, you'll be charged with a perjury. Perjury! The beefsteak actually being relevant. I joked about it, but yep, it was a very key part of the case. And since this is a murder trial, you'll also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? No! No, negative! There was no mention of this at the technical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That is what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Korekura-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? The witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as conspirator to this murder, are you? No, you wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. Well, this is a plot twist and a half. Okay. Damn, this is starting strong. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Last time we had something like this with the 5th case in Phoenix Wright 1, Rise from the Ashes. At least of the games I've played. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. The police? The police? Hosonaga. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence the witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut? Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it is proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency, I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first thing that comes to my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses. Hosonaga! Yes! Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier? Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit the court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity. as proven by his very own business card. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, but that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yeah, another good slam. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So witnesses there in the sand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Inspector Hosonaga? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well, is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I tried to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It is my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be terrible that I'm working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what happened. Victim sat slumped in a chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite of the victim at the same table was the young lady, whom I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the English woman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But But what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest to not pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an English woman as a primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. But that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yumei University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was certain Miss Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yumei University's medical facility. What is happening here? I admit that that under orders from the Police Bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. At least he's being upfront, although I guess he can't really not be upfront. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered, that this premise is false. It would be a discretion of our justice system, or desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But Your Excellency, that would mean missing noon deadline of ruling in order to send the telegraphic report Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I'll not allow the government of our own country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the Police Bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good, then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued. Oh boy. VLR jump scare. With that is a perfect time to go on break, because I need to go off, let my voice rest a little, recover from the VLR jump scare, and just process this, because so far this is by far the most interesting of any first case of, you know, the games I've played. But I do need to go take a bit of a break. It'll probably be 10 to 15-ish minutes. While I wait, some ads will play, but those are just to get rid of pre-rolls and you won't be missing any actions. I appreciate the understanding. And when we come back, we're going to be continuing and seeing just what this woman has to say for herself. So I'll see y'all again very, very shortly. And we'll be back soon. We are back. I'm liking what we have so far, and I'm looking forward to seeing just what else is next. Thank you for the metal pipe. 22nd of November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Oh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't want to ever see the inside of courtroom again. First of all, womp womp, cause this is game. Second of all, you'll get used to it. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I try and tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There's a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there's a gun laying on the floor. Just after I bent down and picked it up. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me in some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Is it him? Yeah. Professor Mikitoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so, which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I want to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, looks like it all come down to you, young man. I don't like that they're making eye contact. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. That's how it feels, Neko. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. And you're probably aware Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, do You're about to go into battle. Victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Venden Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. Runs an ace attorney until Mikotoba breaks the fourth wall and says, "Not you! You!" The ace attorney games would do that. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow, for those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. November 22nd, 12:09 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Boom, boom. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Wrong game. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aoji, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Oh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize, that's their job. It is nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Well, you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. What a damn good saying there, Cosmo. That could apply a lot in life. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy had never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that failed to uphold the truth in its justice system. A country with no future at all. Damn, that also great words. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea, someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea! Is that true? No idea. So, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my true— Yes, we know about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Oh no, she's speaking cursive, chat. She's speaking cursive. I don't think we have a way to decipher this. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Oh no, he's also speaking cursive. Lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in Yumei University's medical facility. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Why are they speaking cursive? Why are they British? I don't know, Neko, but I'm scared. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. No. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking to the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court had been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says, yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. She forgore. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She said that she is due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I'm just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could be that your resplendent eyes got sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Certainly, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. You mean say? Yes? It would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this very courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Oh boy. Order, order in the court. I mean, she wasn't gonna admit to it that easily. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looked like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Fortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of the frightening and sorrowful sight you described. A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Something tells me that he's gonna either intentionally mistranslate something, or he's gonna say something too different that they both agree on. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. So that's their story. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. That the culprit with a really large dress that could probably quite easily conceal a gun.
Yes!
This is a condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
What, you filthy wretch? Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this Snow White angel. And even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. Mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. Decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. In her hat? I think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. That's what I'm saying, Ryunosuke. Unless and until the precise location of where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ugh, That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding guns somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Vince may now cross-examine the witness. Yes, Your Excellency. Please tell me I can press... Okay, I can't press her own stuff there.
Yes!
I can't press her bleeping. After 2 p.m. in fact, that's quite late lunch, isn't it?
Attention!
You don't keep up with the latest fashion from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue. Isn't that right? No. That is a really cursive no. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working on the victim's in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it is apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment in the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only beef steak. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had tooth removed out of the clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. But was Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. That would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying event. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic instant. Okay, hold on. Exactly as it was left. So that has to have some importance. Like, why is he in the wrong seat? That's the first thing that comes to my mind. We clearly see this here. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I'll crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. It appeared that the diner tilted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? Very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, had profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. And the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. But there's no... Okay, I know what the contradiction is.
Yes!
But we're gonna press still. So, both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beef steak. That was for you, Miss Brett. Lady, it says that she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True, come think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even slightest thing now, because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was to go over to say my hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? By the way, Brett's mask changes to match her expression, which is really neat detail, but also is terrifying. But Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. Oh no, of course not. That means such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all supiku inku ri shu. Do not want to speak English, my guy. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seemed that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties into what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And then next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. There's her smirk again. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun! And like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when shots rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time, the highly suspicious lady in the stand. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. Lady's merely stating what she saw. This is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes. Immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector? No. Why on earth not? The Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated she did not possess a weapon. There's obviously no need for any further probing on the matter. Or, there's no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demand that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. Not more cursive. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wants to say insist with investigation. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the time at the university, so she is compelled to leave for time. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. No, get out of there. I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she did in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. But at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. Though she's maintaining that you go in an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him. Which is an all-out wholly unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony at the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, then the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. In fact is, I can't see a single inconsistency with her testimony that isn't making me feel any better either. First thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. I just press them all. Do that and an opening will present itself. I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. The contradiction here is, of course, there's only one glass of water. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ugh. Leonosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference could the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? You say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I'd never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Vector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. Oh, but why? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! Sorry. Oh gosh. He's wooed everyone. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. You have to remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Couldn't blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray. That's absurd! Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she is carrying. Oh? So that's where she put her gun. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by a well-to-do woman in England. So, this beautiful lady had very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. But it's revealed the handbag. The student had been trying to confuse the court with his logical reasoning, but in the end it comes down to nothing. No more pretentious accusations, you have wasted enough time already! Indeed, the lady has offered satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. To think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. There's deeper significance there. It's the handbag. Wait, the lady put glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. Oh, hi, Spider She. Nice to see ya. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been doing well. We are simply, accusing a very refined English woman of being a murderer, so this is awesome. You're right. Oops. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga! Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. Yeah, so basically we're playing as the defendant, who is also his own defense attorney. He picked up a gun on the ground, and at the same time he did that, someone else fired a gun, killing the person right next to him. So obviously he's the prime murder suspect, but we are now proving more and more likely that this woman here could have had another gun. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. He side at them. Oh my god. Minus the rubber bullets, that is. There's also a cursive curse that has fallen upon this woman here. Yeah, she only speaks in cursive. For better or for worse. Could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order! 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 What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what? Prosecutor Aochi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Yes. His coughing problem's only getting worse. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. A piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Oh no. This photographic print. Convenient print of the handbag. Oh gosh. This print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Welcome on in, Dill. Nice to see you. We are definitely turning up all of the aces around here, or something like that, anyways. Oh gosh, why is that handbag like? I mean, I guess it's just they just have this stitch pattern. That headband is like intending he has full control over it moving. Kazuma's headband being something he just wills to move. It's hilarious. Yeah, we are greatly acing the attorneys with all the chronicles. Absolutely. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there's no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. I still think she could hide one in her hat. That's a big floofy hat. Ugh. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping prove that, Naruhodo-san. This ain't looking good, chat. Order! Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph taken by Hosonaga-san after the incident occurred. It shows a Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Oh no. What's that? That feels important. It does have the glass in there, I guess. What's going on? And so what, that's on the back? Where was that photograph taken? That's on a chair, that's that just to the right, off screen? No, it would be to the left. Yeah, it would be to the left here. Also, wait. That icon. Those are the same. What could that mean? This has to mean something. The very fact that this is the same exact branding as this, and the fact that that chair is on the left side of this photo, or should be on the left side, but isn't. That is the gun, or what if the gun is glass camouflage and it blends in with the glass? The glass was the gun camouflaged as a glass cup the whole time. There's London Technologies in 1997. Damn. The technology was wild back then. She burned her hand on the plate. I mean, that's the person who died. That's not the witness. The court had not been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appeared to have no further significance, and satisfied that there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator for this crime. Well, this is awkward. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, and I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. In fact, you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? There really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge? There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I'll now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems you'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me... Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule this case on yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yes. Your Excellency, just a moment ago, you said this. The photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there's a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print, and it shows the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. I think what I pointed out about the mark. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective had not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly! Really, the prosecution's becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't Oise. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I'll grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I'm unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? I don't think there's any saving. Oh wait, there's saving, never mind. Okay. But I'm pretty confident in what I need to point out. Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print that Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You'll identify fourth court where in this imprint we see the significant detail which you have eluded.
Yes!
Look at this, here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I'm pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that had nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he is performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. Wrong! The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aochi points out, unless firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. What if she burnt her hand and just transferred her pain onto the victim? I mean, honestly, that would just be, that'd just be more impressive than anything. In that case, you like smash your head against the nearest wall and then transfer that pain to Aochi. Gosh, I hate every incarnation of pain so much. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? Be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I'm thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise the shutting back door open again. Just give it up, Counsel. You can possibly do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. Wait, what is the name pun, Rube? But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? Ouchie. Oh my god. I would, yes. Tell the truth, I didn't notice that burn. I mean, let's see, actually. Taketsu Chi Ouchie. Maybe. Ouchie, I could see it. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. We already know it, luckily. This is a moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. Till then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial.
Yes!
What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at a time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us for a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore! What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your bluffs, boy! If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Just record how exactly you mean, or what exactly you mean. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Can only, of course, be this. It's actually out, though, that it's fun according to the wiki. Nice.
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point of the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I'd guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape! Ryunosuke, you're genius! You're spot on. Which means, victim must have suffered this burn while he is present at the restaurant. But what does that mean? But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day after that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aluchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. But why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. It's on theme with the Winston Payne, ouchie ouchie side for the extra vowels to probably make it sound more childish. Yeah, that's so good. I love that. The spiky hair dude. Subtle pup. Also, welcome on in. Oop. But hold on. Yeah. But I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered for very long. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it is extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. There's no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. The head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. So my assumption is that burn was somehow made after he was shot. He was shot, he died, and his hand was placed on the plate for 3 seconds before being removed. So close to saying 90 degrees, 96 degrees unironically. Too close. Too close. But you... This time of the Celsius variety, which should not be great. You're a detective, not a waiter! He would know then.
Yes!
There you have it, something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. But no question of that. And yet Inspector Ohsana never heard the professor scream, not on that day or before it. That's right, and strange thing is, the plate shouldn't have even been in front of him. And the day he shot, I didn't hear him cry out either, that too. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like for 3 seconds that day. That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the surgeon, and the old antique dealer, all of us would have, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Auchi? Huh? Well, I suppose. So then the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Do you know, Skate, do you think... Can it really be true? I never... What is he cooking? I'm scared. Oh my god, I think I figured it out. Why would she take the glass? Why would she take the glass? Because guess what glass is left there? If we assume the positions are swapped, which they should have been, right? Then it would have been Winston's glass that was taken. And she took the glass. Why would she take the glass if maybe he was poisoned? Maybe this is coming out of nowhere, but that's what I'm thinking. I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. The guns were never the things that killed. It was never the guns. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. He was already dead. Then question when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. Oh my gosh. That's clearly impossible apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, what are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead! That's madness! Oh, this is getting spicy. Order! Order! Order, please! Counsel explained this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he had no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Aochi, it is you who had no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, and we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It is highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible! I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. This judge is pretty chill. Thank you, Your Excellency. Oh, she pissed. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Yep. Yep, she was faking it this whole time. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Okay, but what if the anesthesia of the dental operation just magically moved to the wrist and that's why he didn't scream? What about... What about that brilliant... I know. Island. True. He simply was built different. Hold on, we gotta play Hangman's game but real quick where you have to spell glass. No, seriously. That would... If this is Danganronpa, that's what would happen. Yeah, the cursive... We're free from the cursive chat. Huh? Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country after all. But then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Well, you're the epitome of true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afforded us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I'll now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. The victim's death. The British are no more. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Is there some other way a man's life can have been taken without leaving a trace? Please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Yes it does, Rube. Yes it does. Speaking from experience. Also, that question terrifies me. That most captivating, beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest of punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks. Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irration, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Yes, Rube. That cursive could be used in a Wheatbot message, as long as it can be sent in Twitch. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination of this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I'll be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Oh, damn. Bow down, peasants, for I've graced you with my presence. Oh, oh my gosh. What is the freaking dropping in the freaking Japanese at the end there, Neko? Oh, God. It's fine. Stream avatars isn't real. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Let's do this, chat! The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly in those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. Can't not have noticed, on you. Huh? What? What? Ooh. What fun. You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Ooh. Use her magic stand power to do our fly burn the witch. Why didn't you just tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. You chose the honorable silence of a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Well, I can't. Anyway. Alright, 10 out of 10 message group. Shall. Shall. As they say. 10 out of 10. When the waiter brought my steak, Professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Looks like it seemed Cherry was British. Oh my gosh. Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I've enough English to understand that, at least for the benefit of others in court. It means bless you. Sure, ouchie. I think it means the exact opposite. Some movies if it was made in England. True. Anyway. The alert ended at least until I get around to second map tech game. Oh no.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. As there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that is true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest, unless you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchi is right. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace? Poison, but we don't have proof of that. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, have a person's life taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I was aiming for flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all the cause of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark? If heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Ugh. Oh no, perish the thought! Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, Takatsuchi Aoji will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. Of course, this country's inferior investigative technique wouldn't pick up on it anyway.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. Oops. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Are we gonna call for them to investigate the corpse again? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even... Eh? Okay, hold on. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, valid evidence may be lost. That was a dump scare and a half. Doesn't even occur to your naive detective to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Edward, I think it's that time you show up with that updated autopsy report. Now's the time! And yeah, sorry, I haven't coughed in a while. A killer blow. Lady is as formidable as she's beautiful. Amazing! He's actually admitting our police force may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. So there's something about what Miss Brest just said. The moment before when something didn't quite seem right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean... To find a way, there must be some clue or somewhere to help us find a chink in our armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There's one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About... Ah, gosh, my body wanted to cough instinctively. As if he's freaking rubbed off on me. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if I might present an opening. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on the last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get off the detective. Ooh, okay. Alright then. Wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been insane with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When the people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, When they're listening, someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. He's maybe even alone. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Oh, this is getting meta. But by moving the marker to the left and right with the left D-pad and right D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Thank you, Fourth Wall Cosma. That is so true. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, first I should move the marker across with the D-pad and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, well, evidence may be lost.
Excuse me.
What's the meaning of this? I'm sorry? I didn't mean shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court. What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how that works? Top 5 scary stuff scares. Number 2, excuse me. I don't like that number 1 isn't. You haven't commented on what number 1 is. Absolutely not. Huh? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add? In relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Number 196. Alright, fair enough, Rube. That terrifies me. Number 3 is Sand's jump scare, of course. Well, yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. It's why I, Satoru Hosonaga, I strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looked like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is a bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim table on the day in question. And yes, it lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. Hold on. That cup does still have a bit in there. That looks empty now, actually. But what's carbonated water? I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in this world. Time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. The carbonated water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder. It was on the victim's table. So this is carbonated water. It's the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it is just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this, keep me going. Oh no. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? Never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. The same thing? Okay, yeah. Can you confirm that this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to have averted her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And Judge Inspector will kindly control his fervor. Alright. Alright, I think we know what we have to do.
Yes!
The sparkling water is so good that he came back from the dead to drink it. So true. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip in the poison to his drink? There's only one person who could have done it! And Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous! This is just a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the fakest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? Good thing I switched off the Splatoon avatar.
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact is that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may. I'll silence you forever for this discredit. Whoa! Tis you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at present time. It could be British, though. You could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by Chief Coroner himself? No! I'm very grateful to all of you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, my dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place as if he was poisoned. On the easiest way of song, this is a double dog daring lady drink it. True. If it's not poison, just have her drink it. And then you write, hold on, let me write the dare. Oh no. Thank you, Consul. I think that constant examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding his weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. I double dog dare you to drink it. Oh my god. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma, I feel in danger. Surely she's reading. Kazuma. He's gonna drink it, isn't he? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I must really be leaving.
Hold it!
It's the girl from before, yeah. I bet you that it's a poison that's not found in Japan. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hours, nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Oh my god. How much more could be in this case? Oh my god. Okay, 4+ hour long first case. I'm not complaining. But wow. Just wait until the later case where he has investigating to do too. I mean, this has been a great case, alright? This has been a very great case. And you know what? We're continuing, but I actually will be going on break. So, thank y'all very much for watching. I want to try to see this till the end. Because there's no way it goes on for another 2 hours, right? Right? And I want to see just how this wraps up, because I am invested. This has been such a good first case. So with that, thank y'all so much for watching so far. I'll be gone for 10-15-ish minutes. That's usually how it is. Yeah, animation's taking a very long time. Wow, the first case in 6 game that's insane. But yeah, I've been having a blast with this. I'll be back in like 10-15-ish minutes. When I come back, Or, no, while I'm away, some ads will play, but those are just to get rid of pre-rolls, and you won't be missing any action, so I appreciate the understanding. And when we come back, we're gonna be trying to finish this. There's no way we don't, right? Right. So, thank y'all so much for watching, and we'll be back shortly. Also, I should do that there. We are back. We are ready to continue on to the end of this case. And I think my controller died. Oops. I mean, yeah, sometimes Beatbot just have to give its, you know, opinions on the matter. Oh, there we go. Okay. 22nd of November. 1:14. The character limit? I believe that's its character limit. That's at least the character limit I've set. Yeah. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ah, a judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than testify. First of all, holy hell, this is sexist. Second of all, L plus ratio plus you're a bozo. Plus you should make the, you should treat, how do I word this? Okay, I'll just go with this. L plus ratio plus bozo plus I'm sure you got your name the same way a Pokemon gets its name. Yes, I fully understand. Ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. And for a letter one, and I could match up with the entire novel. Oh no. Who exactly are you? You think certain names are worse than Pokemon names just because of how bad the puns are? No, Rube, but the joke is his name's Ouchie. He got his name because he's shouted Ouchie at some point. Just like how Pokemon, you know, their cries are turned into their names in the anime. But yes, the puns are terrible. And I love them. Sorry, there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility, or medical faculty, and borrowed this paper. You forgot Pokemon make sounds, yeah. Oh, gosh. Oh, yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I do not know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Have you heard of the hit virtual novel 100-line Last Defense Academy as a demo, which you can play up to day 7 with no restrictions on playtime? Oh my god. Okay, so first we have Metaphor, and now we have the 100-line. Oh my goodness. Fair enough, Neko. Special characteristics of a Curer and effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curer? What's that? I've never heard of that word before. Time's up! The prosecution demands immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There's too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Gisele's report has been entered into the court record. Goodbye, then, and good luck. And she got Thanos snapped. Hanging up a jump scare. They better pay you for this. They probably aren't, because Weedbot's not getting paid enough to advertise it. Neko, you are at most getting 0.000800067% of profit for the game. You have had long enough, Council. We cannot detain our English guests any longer. Ask the prosecution and defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. No more to add, Your Excellency. Yunosuke, we're out of options here. Really is our very last chance. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. In an instant process of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when poison enters body through a wound such as that inflicted by blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have applications as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full-body process must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Pretty damning. Which converting into wheat bits equals to 1 wheat bit per year. I'm not that cruel. Although you are being quite generous with your rounding. Really is our last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look, the unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I will have to politely leave. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question, however. I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Surely it's the university collar pin. No, it's Gisele's report. They'd wait to give Neko exactly 1 wheat bit. You're setting a line for May next year. Just give him 1 wheat bit. I can... well, no, I can't do it with Twitch, unfortunately. It is impossible for the streamer to give wheat bits, because that would cause a lot of problems. Or a streamer to give any of their channel currency. So unfortunately, I can't, Rube. I literally just... it's not something I have the ability to do. Make a prediction and do it that way. I mean, you're not wrong, I guess.
Yes!
Miss Giselle, Brett, we understand you are studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University. Doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, something like that, Your Excellency. In the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering body lead to instant death. But what? What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. But what do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of Curare before for one very simple reason. Prediction, ally or betray, and if we both vote ally, we live, but the son votes betray, they get all the wheat bits. Well, that's just Virtue's last reward. Doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct? Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify Curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly toxin. What? Autocorrect is just like that, Neko. Everyone gets it. Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, Cuirair had long been used by tribe people of Southern America, or South America, as a poison to lace their arrows. Seeing that it is reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. What, to lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract tree of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. They claim that animals shot by arrows laced with Cuirair suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Barrett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspirations are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed. Instant death means instant death! That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. You get paralyzed. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that Cuirair was used. Explain yourself, Counsel. Once the toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they're in total agony, there'd be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, effects could largely go unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes muscles that control respiration fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. Yeah, at least disturbing and awful death than Ace Attorney. This is a grim death. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly Cuirair poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? Hitherto unknown poison for which there's no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. Are these facts? You think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manner. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, isn't it? Is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That is really a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Just figured out a way to make it work. Ally category, betray category, pool category. Both the ally points are refunded. Betray gets the points. Both betrayed goes to the pool. I case deleted from existence. Unfortunately, that doesn't work either, but it's a funny idea. Shut up, jump scare. Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, Excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? She's gonna drink it, isn't she? Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Either that or she's gonna smash it. Oh no, she's gonna drink it. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is just a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It is time for the games to end. Cheers, love. Well. Wait, what are you doing? She's played these games before. Huh. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness, whatever's the matter? You all look quite stunned. No cure. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? Ha 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 ha. You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that is the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Oh, most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Oh, God. She didn't die. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she... How'd she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little farce and charade. Could she have built up a resistance to it? I'll make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been because otherwise she would have kneeled over dead. She drank it. It's possible she somehow built up an immunity to it. Label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Damn. Oh gosh, there's nothing that could probably be in the glass. The reason why she took that, was it really just to conceal her own presence? Oh gosh, I don't know where the game's gonna go. Funny how the sketch ended up being literally useless. Would it have something to do with the bottle? Or the cups? Cause it still bothers me. Maybe it has to do with the glasses, like the cups. Why else would she take this? Maybe to hide her presence, yeah, but... Bottle water? I don't know what the cardboard's saying, Rube, that's the thing. As a detective, he's able to understand cursive. You're sure he speaks cardboard too. True, true. I think I'm just gonna have to take a leap in faith and say that she has some trick up her sleeve. The culprit did put pure air into Dr. Wilson. Pure air poisoned into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. Dispense refused to change its position. Maybe not. You're serious? Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How? How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. For the answers in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Diluted, true. Although, I don't know if she'd want to drink it otherwise. We need to assert our claim. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. It is nice knowing you, cursive lady. Honestly, I don't know. I think it might have been the other way around. I think... Oh god. I did save right before, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But it contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. But why, Ryunosuke? Isn't it obvious if there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now? Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. What? But sometimes it's in need of good staining. Still, it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world? Oh, it's that what this color's supposed to represent. Okay, never mind. I don't know. I thought maybe it would have had something to do with the fact that she took her cup, but... Fully blind for you too, damn. Alright, so how could she have had this poison unscathed?
Objection!
By the way, I'd like to point out how Ryunosuke, he gets on your act either way. I can't switch to the people. I know. We'll just throw this, I guess.
Yes!
No, okay, so it's not, it has nothing to do with that. Oh my gosh, what do you do? What evidence could possibly, is it the fact that it's, oh my god, wait, I think I might know.
Objection!
I need to double check something. Oh wait, route of entry. It only enters when it through a wound. Which means... What does it mean though? Okay.
Yes!
There we go. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No. After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susado-san's notes. Yeah, I got distracted from that, but I guess it's that simple. But then the problem is, how did the poison get into him? It wasn't through the tear mark. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You'll direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. The second one, right? Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this cure or poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel. Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be trace of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum. In this research paper here, under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. Oh, God. When cure enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Carrera's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh my gosh, that's Juan's... What? You meddling little rapscallion! Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? We found the Pokemon. Bonk. A lawyer?
Objection!
Ha! All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... So, this ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, Curie is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this lethal poison was completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Yep. That's right! Good gracious! That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand. No? Order! Order in the court! Order! Logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, that this Curie poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. How did he how? Couldn't have been the bullet, man. It couldn't have been the burn mark, right? I guess it could have been the burn mark. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Yes, meat on the bone. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. More than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey!
Objection!
Let's go! I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett! How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. The teeth, the toothless stuff. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence, as we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the courier? Because he went to the dentist! Dentists are the root of all evil! Actually, that's not the takeaway here. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there is a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of Curie are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ah! Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah! So that's it? You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. Yep, now she's gonna smash it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear. How careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What just happened? It's the English woman. She just smashed the bottle in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of that of the water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. The delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up all the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this! You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle. Or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course! You're referring to this photographic print, I assume, dear lady. That's right. Then really, looking at this photograph, éclaté, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day. Wait, is the sketch gun become relevant now? Using Carrere, and then in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruto for the crime. You waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn in the dead professor and his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claim, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruto. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke! Yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. Oh, God. This was a completely... Wait. Again, they're not making the amnesia joke with the burn pain and all that to not remind me of the operation in the mouth, but yeah, I ended up still going with it, hoping it wouldn't remind me entirely. It seemed it wasn't that big of a reminder. Oh yeah, no, me remembering the tooth stuff had nothing to do with the joke, Rube. Don't worry. Considering they made a big point about, you know, how it had to go through the mouth. Yeah, completely different twist though. Oops, it slipped. Go on, pick it up, Lady May. For lucky, you'll cut your fingers on the broken glass. True. British lady, meet the power of simply twisting it and wringing it out. Yeah, that would work. Over y'all, she accepts the double dog dare and survives. She is the chosen one. Eat the man on Miss. Stop with the questions, alright? Oh god, that's so cursed. What? What do you mean? You've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't mean to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back and now try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. That's a terrifying implication, Rube. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Blood. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head, could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue, cause that's blood. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Ha! You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then! Let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright! I can't wait! You ain't a man on, Mrs. Stop with the questions. Alright? Been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. His coughing. The coughing of the policeman.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. And he said no, tried by now. You strive in perfection in your investigations, don't you? Oh no, Rube. Oh no. That's terrifying. Do not fall for it if you say yes, Rube gets to roll a 1d20 and do necrotic curse damage on me. It'll be fine. It'll be fine, Neko. I don't go down that easily. Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with... Where are you going with this little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front. There's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. That one, I know, Rube. You miss and hit yourself. At least your skin has cool glowing green bits going off of it. You're gonna add elements to every game that I stream every so often. That's gonna be Shot for All Night and then cursive from this game. Later on you'll add yes to reference man on and so on. Oh my gosh, Rube. I'm looking forward to seeing how unhinged you get with that, because that honestly sounds really funny. While a career dropped on your head. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the professor as you were. Giselle Brett! I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. The court seriously expected to believe something the accused had apparently just remembered saying. Oh. His first hold it. Oh no, it's his. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took this steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that Sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now! Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim table immediately! Yes, sir! Ice 996 back to the message, eventually. Sorry for the delay. He still has the meat there. The steak. This is what you ordered. Steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't! Quickly Inspector's blood, man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. There isn't. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know, I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There's blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking sick revealed the fact that, in fact, all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The meal Miss Brett ordered for lunch is removed from the victim's table after the incident. Was the plate I saw, or I thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Ahoy era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was Ahoy Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of Ahoy Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of a bullion in a bullion. I don't think you ever will again. It's extraordinary though. This means... Oh boy. I've got to play RSC, so we must put the message in cursive braille for the Reggies. I've already played Emerald though. That would be really funny though. So how does this Koban coin tie into this? Ryunosuke. Not over yet. Not until the final gravel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I've seen any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? That bloodstain was going to clinch the whole trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please wait! This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that'll reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with the beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I'll not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence and not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied with all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still in your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you'll now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a combat coin. Yeah. Oops. I meant presented. Alright. I can't mash through this, by the way, which is moderately annoying, but oh well. Oh wait, I had to do that first. Got it. Okay. Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? A Hoa era one at that. Wait, so this must mean this was the wrong plate. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no parts of it. It means that he brought out the wrong plate. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. Where Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turned out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel. I rare Hoei Koban just happened to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. It turned out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll give up my lawyer job right now. Well, I mean, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Shut up. The steak is well done. In conclusion of this breadsteak, she is a monster. True. Oh, or shut up. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who is irrelevant. So I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's central that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. Don't tell me there's more. The owner of the coupon that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Kiryu Kurekuta.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Rasute, Kiryu Kurekuta-san. Kuri, as in Mr. Cucumber something. Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Forget about this too. The game loves saying things then making them important 78 hours later. Oh no, I didn't forget. I immediately recognized where it was from as soon as they mentioned the Koban coin, but damn. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, your excellency. Remember him saying that he is up something with his Koban coin when it happened, at the exact moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? I'm sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hoei era Koban, my prized coin. So the sergeant stole it, which again means this is the wrong place. Then this Hoei era Koban, do you mean to tell me? No. Please, why would Kurekuta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? Makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Kurekuta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. without a moment's delay. How does it keep going? How does it keep going? I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find the key. That is the key element to this case. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's no way. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Do I stop now? No, let's do it. Let's just continue on. What is this all about? Why have I been caught up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? When my son's belly's empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom, myself, I became a ruined man and trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korakuda-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban? What? Yes, that's it. The one, the very exact one that it is. The resplendent, splendiferous OA treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, like this decrepit old fool, put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoei treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing? Excuse me, could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes, that's right, the secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. But that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. Seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. 2 criminal acts in one go? So unbeknownst to us, there's a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. First trial is 7 hours long, the rest of the game is 1 hour long. Oh my gosh. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korakuda-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakuda-san's Koban and hid it on the stake? Yes, sir. No, sir.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant, yes, sir. No, sir. Well, how? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief on La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. You know what? When I see this, you know what I want to do? I want to do something I haven't done in a long time. Something I haven't done in so long. That damn baby. Also, the video that originally got me copyright strike before literally doesn't exist anymore, so I just need to bring back the redeem. Because that's still peak. I know the mastermind behind all of this. You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son? An innocent baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa! This is the craziest first case ever. Ugh. Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. Ah! Waluigi? Upon Imperial Army starting the notes preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Purple guy jump scare. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is but a hot meal on the table for my son! That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? This place is heaven with heaving with money. The baby is ratatouilleing him. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with knife and fork, even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day with the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. Oop. It is all set to leave the steak I was all set to leave the steak eyes halfway through, devouring when it happened. Joker jump scare. Yes, when the professor was shot. He didn't want to get patted down, I guess. I knew that if the police conducted search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. And Ido too. So I hit the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double! I slipped it under the stake, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. So that proves without a doubt that the plate brought to us was not Brett's. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett? Oh, of course, dear lady, of course! How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. No, it's not. Of course it is. hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, oh, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and a fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Very well, now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Objection! Drop the objection! And good day. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? There's no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. Picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Which you mean, and hers did, and that one... Oh. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. Hiding coin under a lump of meat, the sheer nonsense astounds me. And she had a knife and fork there, but the steak! That's the same steak as before, isn't it? Or is it not? Oh my god, it's the same exact steak! The steaks were swapped at the pictures! That's what happened! In that case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard! Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call it now, it'll be too late, the trial will be over! Oh my god, how did this keep getting deeper? How does this keep getting deeper? Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it is beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but I think it's the one from the photos. It had to with photos. I'm going to need to see evidence, counsel. Miss Bird's words are truly contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it?
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see here on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Natural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Just what exactly, counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife or fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a look at his steak. At the steak, in particular, the edges where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks in there. Oh. Meaning it wasn't her steak. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife or fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all!
Objection!
But what is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry and couldn't... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in its place. Just leave everything... I've heard enough. You irritating little speckled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have you ruffled your flat feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications of these teeth marks and the stake have for her. Yunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day! Except that these teeth marks and steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks and steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson! Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. The trial ran several hours already, and you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't have it. It's our good police force criminal thief friend who has. Well, crime scene thief. I don't, but there's someone who does have it, someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? None other than Satoru Hosonaga!
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention had been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting stealing Korekuta-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You wanted cadet? I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? What's the steak that you put in the coin under? In fact, your own steak. Attention! Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal, tie something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. But that makes no sense. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the good gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. But of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. I'm not suggesting that the sergeant did. You did switch the plates! Did he? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stick and hit the coin underneath it. But then, when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. Oh. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. So he did switch them. Which is why Osanaga didn't know. Or why, yeah, okay. Military precision and timing, I switched my stick with one in the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There's no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! Yeah, thanks, ouchie. However, fear not, prosecutor's done. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. So, if Sergeant knows to switch the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That, to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Huh? That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim table at the precise moment he was shot!
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat. I can't have the slightest bearing on the case. No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan prompted to prove such a problem for you. No? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there's a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory served him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beefsteak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir! Oh my god. There it is! Sorry for keeping you. There's the blood. Here's the other steak and its plate. Please feel free to examine it. The blood stain is clearly visible. Yes! Look! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Oh! It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Oh. Oh. That's right, Miss Giselle Brett! It's you! Outdone by a Japanese. Me? By a Japanese schoolboy. No, no, no! Oh my god. This keeps coming. Ace Attorney right there. Poison had expected to rip to the shut up lady. Please excuse my outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Wasn't becoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. That was a cheap joke, but well played, Neko. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using courier. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So, you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water, because courier is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only need to see the professor take one tiny sip of water, and it would all be over. I had placed the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose? Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he's sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There's no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curie in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? I was right, there were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor, place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruto-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoined the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. What the heck? It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Takechi Aochi does not lose. Not like this rookie student! You had better start getting used to tough opposition. Ah! Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What, yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that! Damn! Damn! That's a long sword. 1,000 millennia may pass and still, the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan! Let's go. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. I thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel truth is modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its door to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. This is literally Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, but set in like a non-fantasy setting. That's literally all this is. You know, considering in that game, mass examinations, the idea of logic being witchcraft, stuff like that. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. I still think Kazuma's gonna die. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. And for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense, how can I put it, a neutral potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Let's hear it. The verdict. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. I love how Payne's hair is still all messed up. Sorry, Ouchie's hair. This court is now adjourned. Yeah, we always gotta mess with the hair of the prosecutor. In you, I sense, how do I put it? Yes, plot armor. Good way of putting it, Rube. 22nd of November, 2:46 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. We beat the game, y'all. What a game. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. That really was Reino. What the hell? That is one of the most intense Ace Attorney cases, just period, that I've played. Granted, I've only played the first trilogy, but still, that was insane. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place at Yume University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant, you worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words shall be for my father. I simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah, yes, of course. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. To Sato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba, ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh, yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the... I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. Not taking the sword to Great Britain, are you? Won't get through customs. Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade showed me where I need to go. And cut down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean, after all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. Not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. You'll be leaving Japan in the very near future for Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate... But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for crimes here in Japan. What? We can't? But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then, so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective government is, they can't invoke a consular court just like that? Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government making a secret agreement about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. The Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. Alright, we're off to Britain, I guess. Pray that for the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There's never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make a change. This is a time of great turmoil. This is new era heralded by starting the 20th century. You could even call it a turnabout in our justice system. One day, I have no doubt that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink, but Professor, you're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start by having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're Detective Hosonaga, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival! Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course, La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. I was wondering about her motive too. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke. I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha! I didn't do a thing! You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made difference though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. Huh? To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer. Not me. But come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, no, not me. All that tense verbal combat, I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like, you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner, but being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with a precious little real experience. But you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and time again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. Sounds serious, what is... Ah, you're still here, aren't you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga? I've arranged some rickshaws for us, let's go. Thank you, we'll be right there. That's the point. Let's pick this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory, and your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It's because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. First file case in series? Wait, what do you mean this isn't the file case but the first one? Oh. Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Alright. What a first case. That is the craziest first case, and it's not even close. That didn't even feel like a tutorial case. That's how good insane of case it was. Rube, this next case is gonna take me so long. Let's do it. It's probably gonna take me more than 6 hours for a second case, honestly. Considering we only did the trial part and not the investigation part. But my gosh, it was obviously a generally very hand-holdy case still, but damn, that was a good one. That says a lot of good to come, I'm sure. Interesting to see the parallels of this compared to, again, Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright, which was set in, you know, kind of medieval setting, relatively speaking. The mass debates featuring multiple people, or not mass debate, mass cross-examinations. Interesting. I like it. And it was great. There's a lot of good twists there. Maybe a bit slow at times, but very good. I love that case. Naruhodo is very good. Kazuma is also great. The judge was pretty nice. We got to blow the pants off of the Ouchie clan. And I am looking forward to this next time we get to do this. To point out certain characters that do soft vibe to one other Ace Attorney character, but I haven't played second trilogy, so unfortunately I don't know the characters. One day, Rube, one day, I'll play it. I bought this game before the you know, remastered second trilogy was ever even a thing, so yeah. On that note, though, I'll be live again with this game 1 week from now, next Wednesday. I'll also be live again this upcoming Friday and Saturday with the more Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition because I'm thoroughly addicted to that game. And so definitely stay tuned for all of that if any of that interests you. If I ever do play, I try to remember this so you can remind me to see if I also think the two characters are similar. I will play it, Rube. I'm just slow and have a big backlog. That's the big thing. But I will play it eventually. But yeah, well, seriously, that is a great time. I love that case very thoroughly. It all felt pretty grounded, all things considered. And again, it didn't really feel like a tutorial case. I mean, yes, it did feel like a tutorial case, but a lot of the time, the tutorial cases aren't treated as seriously, I feel, by the games, especially, again, just from the original trilogy. That's all I'm going off of. But it was great, and I am very much looking forward to this. I don't know much else about what to expect other than I know who is gonna make an appearance in the next character, or in the next chapter, or episode, and I know he's apparently Peak, so I'm looking forward to that. Oh, but seriously though, that is great. Oh boy, I wonder who that is. Again, apparently a Peak character. He has a funny name. I won't spoil what it is, but he has a funny name, and that's about all I know. So yeah, let's find someone to raid out to, I think. Not many people are live right now, actually. think. The intrepid. What? The quite fantastic. What? Alright. I really only have one person I feel like rating out to. So, we are going to be rating out to a very familiar name. Maybe for 10 minutes in chat is scaring you. Well, Neko, yeah. Boo. We're not doing another case, we're not. We're gonna be rating out to the one, the only, Wandering Thunder, who's currently playing Splatoon 3. She's a very, very wonderful streamer, and she's someone that I've been doing a lot of streams with recently on this channel, so you all should go support her. Of course, we have the lovely, lovely raid messages, both for subs and non-subs. And have a good day, night, morning, evening, whenever it may be. And I'll see y'all again this Friday for Xenoblade Chronicles X, and a Wednesday from now for more of this game. Bye-bye!